Right, good morning everyone. Let me just adjust my cameras a little bit out. There we go. Okay, so today we're going to be doing some more work on the Cursed Empire miniatures. Morning Chris, how are you doing today? So I've just got my Narzugon up. I was trying to fix a bit of what do we call it? Yeah, it's good. Just annoyed with Zbrush this morning. I've got this, for some reason, I don't know why it happens, but this particular model that I'd sculpted the other day, of the 4 versions of him I've produced, I've managed to sort 3 of them completely, and then one of them is just, it won't decimate, it won't pre-process to decimate. So I'm just trying to have to faff around with it, but I'll sort it out later on. I still haven't managed to resolve it. I still don't know what the issue is, but it's just one of them. I think it's just Zbrush being Zbrush. Right, guys. So if you tuned in on the last stream, you saw me sculpting this beauty. You didn't see me finish her because morning bunker. How you doing, mate? Yeah, I didn't get to finish her on stream, but I managed to finish her off stream. So I did finished up the posing, sculpted in the rock pillar. We've got our fingers carving in with a nice little bit of rubble kicking up. Bit of an angry, shouty expression. Morning, Shelfrey, how you doing? And the dynamic hair and cloth movement and stuff to go with it. So this is the first one of the. In fact, you know what? Let me put the reference on screen. Oh, it's not the wrong reference. Why do I have the wrong reference on here? Let me just switch that out. Thought I updated that on the last drawing. Here we go. So this is the image we're working with. So she was the lovely lady at the front. Oh, brilliant! Thank you. Thanks for joining me. Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping we'd have an update from you today. Maybe next week. Fingers crossed. They will keep you waiting forever, mate. This isn't a unique occurrence. This is how the rest of your life is going to pan out now. Just waiting and standing around waiting for them to do their thing. But there's just more demands going forward. More sassiness. Right, so we've got the dude in the red cape to do today. Chris informs me this chap is called the Shard. I don't know if he's a Shard Darkun or if he is the Shard, as in like that's his actual name. Yeah, do you know what? Both of mine were induced in the end. Jacob and Willow, although I think by the time they came to induce my wife with Jacob, she was actually delivering naturally anyway. But yeah, it's not fun. The whole waiting round thing, it just drags out, man. But good luck one way or another. And hopefully she'll make a nice quick appearance and save everyone a lot of headache. So. Okay, so the Shard faction, so it's not the Shard, it is the Shards. So this guy, let me just pull my image up on the screen so I can see what I'm dealing with. So I've got you a little thumbnail in the corner, but it's no use to me whatsoever. Okay, so bare feet, kind of a skirty type roby thing with looks like a few kind of like straps hanging down or a few kind of like ribbons and things. Looks like a couple of like teeth or horns or something like that stitched onto the belt, so a few kind of like a few bits and bobs there, and then up the top here we've got like, I want to say this is kind of maybe some mantle or something that these straps are attached to. So we'll put some kind of like mantle under there, and then we'll do his big tattered cape, and his creepy manky little face as well. Let's make sure that's a feature. So The knives, Chris, these look like to me, are they just shards of crystal with handles, or are they something other than that? Oh, they are metal, they're not. So being red there, I weren't sure if they were just like crystal. Okay, obviously this guy has got tattoos, as have all the others. What's the tattoo on this guy? It looks like a... Is that an eye? Is it an eye, Chris, or...? I recognise the snake on this guy. I remember doing that on the Cobra Darkun. Okay, so I think I know where I'm at. I think I know where we're going. Oh, they are just they are just daggers painted red. Dude, if you want to call them blood crystals and paint them as blood crystals, you do that right away. Blood crystals would be dope. Okay, let me can this and drag it up onto my other screen. So I've just got it as a little reference in the corner. Any preference on pose on this guy, Chris? I know we don't need to worry about it just right now, but right, so just before I do anything else, I have sent Chris the renders of this lady. Let me just get the ruler in. Turn off dynamic perspective so we can see what we're doing. That just tricks you. So if you're going to set up a resin printer to keep the fumes away, I mean you can use very low. If you use a plant-based resin, you'll get very low fumes anyway. But you can put carbon filters and air purifiers and stuff around. So I would say go for an air purifier near the printer. And if you use like these things, these little jobbies, you can buy these from Amazon and all other sorts of places. And just in the top here, there's like a little. Let me just show you. Get it off. Oh, it's not coming off. There we go. So just in the top here, there's a little black carbon block, a little carbon filter. And it actually, you USB charge this and you pop it inside the printer. Just make sure it stays away from any moving parts. They come as a set of two, so you can put them both in there for a print. You press the on button and they just, there's a very light whirring. I think this one's dead. There's a very light whirring when it's running, you can barely hear it. They both sit inside the print chamber. Basically when you take the lid off, you'll barely smell anything. But if you go for the, have a look at the plant-based resins, if you want to just be completely safe, and give that a go. I'd be more worried about running an FDM printer with a little one around, to be fair. It's mostly that the biggest issue you're going to have here is the clean-up side of things. So that it's when you've got the isopropyl and you have to do the clean. That's when everything really stinks. Like my office, I've got the printers in here. It doesn't smell too bad under normal operation, but the second I start cleaning minis and I get the lids off and you're swooshing around all the IPA and it's evaporating into the air, it stinks horrendous then. You definitely need to do that with like windows open and stuff, but honestly I think you'll be what do you call it? I think you'll be okay as long as you can get the purifiers in there. I've got a I'm not even sure what the brand is on it, but I've got a large air purifier unit that's right next to my printers. So when I'm printing, I have that running on full blast, and it turns the air around, drags it through the filters, cleans it, and I don't notice anything in here then. So during the winter I use that, during the summer I just have the windows open. Okay, Chris, let's see. I think he's kind of hiding the blades in the fold of his cape. So would stand with light source behind. I suppose wouldn't know where the blades were. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if a printer in the sorry, if a hey Shadow Wolf, how you doing? Thanks for joining this morning. Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries. Hey, drop me a message on the Discord channel if you want to talk printers. Anyway, we can chat about that anytime. You have a good day anyway, mate. Drop in anytime you want. I'm going to be on for the next few hours anyway, so. Right, so I just need to just merge down on this one. So we've got the merge visible. Okay, so I've now got her all as one piece. I'll just isolate that out. And what we're calling her again? Black Dragon Darkun, isn't it? Chris, does this lady have a name, mate? Bump the resolution up to say 552, I think, give or take. Dynamesh. Adeline, how you doing? Welcome to the stream this morning. Hope you're doing well. Oh, here we go. Oh, right, let's rename the model then, so she prints the proper name. Ches Ra Val. Yeah, she looks like a Val. I used to know a woman called Val, and she was a bit of a crazy one. This feels appropriate. Right. Auto groups, that's what she's going to look like all in one piece. So hopefully the fingers here should have enough anchoring to the stone, that should be okay. The feet will be completely solid on there, I believe. Let me just double check the joint and neck action. Yep, absolutely rock solid. And I'm just fairly confident with the whole thing, to be honest. I think it's going to be a pretty badass model on the table. Okay, so let's just do a pre-process and decimate her so she's ready to go, and then I'll switch over and we'll start making the other guy. Adam on Facebook, good morning, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Thank you for the like. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to getting her printed and painted her, actually, mate. Or just seeing her painted generally. I know you'll probably get it done anyway, but what I'll do is I'll throw her and the other guy on the supports later. We'll get them both supported up. And hopefully get a test print on if the office warms up enough for me to be able to run the printer today. Right, this one is plain ball, thankfully, so let's just decimate this down. There we go, that is not too bad actually. Yeah, actually that's pretty decent now. Okay, so she's ready to rock. Let me just bring down that ruler. Let's just do a quick export, make sure she's in the folder. Let's make export button. There we go. which is done. There we go. One down. So I need the base model next. Okay, right then, so split that out. Chris, does your shard dude have a name as well? Get him centered so he's in the middle of the scene. Everything's symmetrical then. Well, first thing I'm going to work on is this guy's face, because frankly it creeps me out. Let's get it done, and then if I've got it, I know he's I've got the feeling right then. Varadak. Okay. Okay, so Varadak is his name. He's updated on the file. Right, let's make this face look like a creepy little picture of him. Okay, so he's got a bit of a Beavis and Butthead look about him, I think, hasn't he? So let's go for, it's going to be small little creepy eyes, quite close together. There's not an awful lot in the way of eyelids either. It looks like it's all his nose is quite small, quite stubby, isn't it? Quite short and stubby. And his mouth's quite wide and thin, with quite a large chin by the look of things, I'd say. So I'll split his head off altogether so I can work on it in isolation and not have to worry about poly count and stuff on the rest of the body. Right, so let's get my dynamic tessellation brush on here. We're going to shave the eyebrow down. Let's reprofile and reshape his head. Let me just get right in on this guy's face on my reference image. I can see what I'm doing. Right, now whether this is intentional or not, Chris, I don't know, but it looks like he's got like little scars around his mouth. Can I just do a quick sound check with you guys? Is the music volume okay on this? It's not overbearing, is it, or too subtle? Cheers, Chris. Chris, have we got a little bit of background story on the shards then, or do you want to fire a little bit in so we can give a little bit of a flavour as to what this guy's all about? I mean, we know none of the Darkuns are very nice, but what makes the shards unique? What's their MO? Right, shards. The members of this elite sub-faction are well known for their skill with throwing weapons, notably the shard blade, which causes terrible injuries, especially when extracted. 1d4 plus strength adjustment divided by 2 rounded down, plus 1d4 when extracted. If not extracted, it causes an extra 1 EP damage per turn. There are approximately 100 Darkuns in this organisation. Their leader, Kalkis, is a weapon master with more than 90% in a mastered weapon aptitude of knife and axe throwing. I assume that's throwing? As the chat cut your text off, mate. The sub-faction works closely with the Scorpions but does not trust the Spiders and hates the Cobras and the Black Dragons. Isn't this guy like literally standing with a Cobra and a Black Dragon in this picture though? Is it like they'll work together but they don't like each other kind of thing? Cool. There we go. So yeah, they will work together, but they do not like each other or trust each other. So Chris, obviously with all the different Darkun sects and cults and stuff like that, is there one like overarching Darkun organisation that they're all loyal to, or is it kind of, are they all independent agents of chaos who are kind of doing their own thing, or where are you thinking? Where's it going? So each faction reports into one of the 4 elemental cults. They have no loyalty to the temple. Oh, so they have loyalty to the temple, but will shaft each other when they can. So the four temples then, Chris. The four elementals. Are they allied, or are they united in some way, or is Darkun more of a generic term for kind of like rabble rousers and stuff like that, where Oh right, so basically it's like the what's it, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of arrangement, is it? Is that a fair way of explaining it? So they're all against the Empire. So they're friends just yeah, just because they're sharing a common enemy, but not because they're the four cults. Four cults with a common enemy. But within the cults, but within each cult, factions infight. Okay, yeah. So right, so infighting between within cults, between cults, and against the Empire. So they're not the most organised bunch then, or disciplined rather. They're not the most disciplined bunch. Oh, here we go. Right, Chris has just sent me something here. Ah, so this actually pretty much perfectly sums up the the whole Darkun interaction thing. So let's have a little look at this then. Well, notice a lot more hatred lines than anything else here, mate. This is making for some interesting reading. So we've got the shards, we've got the scorpions, the spiders, the black dragons. Is the size of the circle here, Chris, is that relative to the... is that an implication of the size of the faction? Like it says 100 Darkuns here, and that was what we said was in the shards. So if that's if shards are 100 Darkuns, then black dragons is like 200, say, and spiders would be like 300 or 400 or something like that. So we've done some scorpion, or we've done a scorpion, we've done a pure, we've done a black dragon, we've done a spider, we're doing a shard, we've done a cobra. So we've still got wreckers, hydras, throttlers, fireblades, and vultures to come. Nice. So scorpions, shards, and spiders are the earth faction. Black dragons and cobras and pures are under fire. So we've not touched on air and water yet, have we? So, oh, the big guys. I thought the big guy was a black. Oh, the big guy in this one. Sorry, in this image. Okay, so he will be a hydra when he's finished. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, that all makes sense anyway. Okay, so we've got a creepy little head. pose for this guy, Chris? Anything you would particularly like? While you're thinking of poses, I'm going to do these daggers. So standing on the ground, leaning forward. Oops. Looks ropey, doesn't it? Let's get the handle isolated on this one. I'm going to do these just wrapped in bandages because I can't really tell what I'm dealing with on the image, and I think for the strappy look of the guy, I think a bandage wrap might be the best bet for the knife. So how would this guy typically fight then, Chris? Is he like an assassin, or is he just a psychotic dual wielding like knife nut, or? Hit and run, okay, cool. So fast and agile, smack them when they're not expecting it, and then leg it while they're reeling from their attack. Okay. Yeah, so attacks like a boxer, quick attacks up close, and then step back for the attack. Muhammad Ali style, yeah? Or maybe not Muhammad Ali, because he used to let them beat on him, didn't he, until he was until they wore themselves out. Polish on this, group it. polish around the edge here. Oops, right, that's one. So I thought it wasn't working very well. It's because I've got the dynamic tessellation turned on, which basically, when you're trying to polish, does not help. It takes a lot more effort to try and get the same kind of results. A lot more pressure on the pen. Because it feels different, it's a bit more difficult to manage. Okay. So Chris, it's been another Adeline. Oh, thank you. Do you know what? It's just knowing knowing like a workflow for how to do stuff. So once you've got like a workflow established and you've created some basic tools to kind of get you started, like for me the base mesh is a big time saver. It's the face I started with, for example. It's got all of my like facial proportions in. It's got the eyes ready to work with. You know, I can start from like a sphere or a square or anything else and still turn up the same thing. But it'll save me, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes of faffing about with shapes and stuff like that if I've just got the basic thing there. So when you're working on like commission pieces, and you need to, you know, get them out, or even just commercial stuff generally, unless your client is very, very specific that they want you to make everything from absolute scratch and, you know, record the process for them all the way through, then there's not an awful lot of reason to have to go back and do it. So when you see people doing it online, it's not just, you know, you see the YouTube videos like, I started from a sphere and I made this. Brilliant, that's cracking. But like I say, in a production environment, it doesn't help. So you're just wasting time. But even like I say, even starting from scratch now, though, I can still work quite quickly because I've got an idea of what I'm doing. I know where the anatomy's got to go, so I don't have to like look up too much reference and stuff. So it's just practice. Literally, it's just practice. So practice and refining your techniques and stuff. We've got a bandage wrapped handle. You can't see the bottom of these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take that. I'm going to copy it and drag it down. I didn't mean to do that. So what to do with the? Oh, I don't know. Let's split that off. So we're going to go for symmetry. No, I want symmetry across, which is the x-axis, and I want symmetry back to front, which is the z-axis. Okay, so I'm just going to long tool. Right, so I can click that, delete that now, so I've got that piece. And if I mirror and weld on the X and Z, there we go, it's giving me a blade-ish profile. And then what I can do is, let me just auto group, and I want to get rid of that one for a minute. Come into here. I'm going to change this to the taper, and I'm going to just bring that to a point and then straighten that out. There we go. Now I can merge that back with the other one. merge down. Let's just shrink. Let's just shrink this blade a touch so that the handle wrap, the blade goes into the handle wrap. Can also adjust the handle rock, so also is a sensible choice here. So I want the knife blade now. We'll flip it upside down, shrink it down, and then bring it to the bottom. And there we go, nice little spike at the bottom there. Let me just bring the mesh here out just a touch. Just give us a bit more meat at the bottom. There we go. Pretty happy with that. Chris, does that work for you as a nice Darkun dagger? Is on. It's just chilling. Whoa. I was feeling a bit of chill in here tonight. Let's get a coffee on the go, I think. Right then. So, dagger is done. Oops. Let's mirror mold that. Oops, still got my Z on. There we go, so nice dagger in each hand. I think I've got some, I've got to have a clenched fist somewhere in one of these sculpts, so let me just go see what I can raid. Not on him, has he got one? No, his was a bit different because I was using it for a throwing weapon. He's a bit out of scale, isn't he? Let's make it so it's approximately about the same size. I'm going to group and dynamesh. Delete those hidden bits and then I can reuse my hand. so let's come back to the body. Let's just isolate the arms, neck, body. Let's just invert that and delete the hidden, so we can get rid of the hands. And now I can mirror and weld that. And then we can position these knives into the hands, and we're good to go. Oops, X symmetry on. Okay, there we go. Quick save. And brew. Right, it's going to go brush. I have a foot brush somewhere. I've not filed it. Head, ear, hands. Let's try that one. I don't think this is the one I was thinking of, but it's definitely not the one I was looking for, but it'll do. Just going to merge the feet back into the legs now, so they're all part of the mesh. Take the legs and take the feet. I'm going to combine the two together into the same mesh, into the same mask, sorry. And now when I deal with this now, I can just come down here. I can just sculpt the two together, so we're just going to just do his sculpt his foot in. Hey Bunker. She's still not well, mate, to be honest, but the what do you call it? Hayley's in the house with her. So she hasn't got to come down my office today, so cracking on with the streams. She's alright in herself, to be honest. It's just the she's got a bit of a bad stomach. But it's not dampening her spirits or nothing, you know what I mean? So she's still full of beans and, you know, doing as she does. How'd you get on with the chair? The new wheels? She loving them? Let's get one of those little you know, little is it a little foxtail or something, little on a stick, little springy stick. Get one of them for it. Oh, you were just booking a transport, were you? I thought you were booking transport because you were going there at the time. Oh, you know, talking about transport and everything, update on my neighbour. She came home yesterday, so she's been in hospital for literally pretty much exactly a week. So she's back and she's doing all right, thankfully. Make this guy's feet look quite thin and bony, I think. Yeah, Willow went full Chaos Monkey on us last night. She was, I don't know if she was just feeling tired or something like that, but you know when kids just go crazy for no apparent reason. We're all kind of sitting there going, what the hell was that about? I'm just adjusting my reference image now, so I'm going to do some clothes on him, so I'm going to duplicate his body. I'm going to work on the duplicate. I don't need the forearms. I'm going to keep the shoulders, but I don't need forearms. So and I don't need more than that on the legs at the moment. I also don't need the neck. Group the mask, delete it, close the holes, and I'm just going to dynamesh everything together with a bit of polish. Yeah, kids are wonderful things, but they are absolutely crazy and unreasonable at times as well. Filling under the armpits because the shoulders are there because there's a mantle there, not because we're doing anything. It's not got sleeves or anything like that, so we don't need to worry about the bits underneath. Fill the neck in. Just going to go over the anatomy a touch just to smooth it out, so it's, you know, it doesn't need to be visible on this model. So. Not through the clothes or anything at least. So I'm just using the clay tool here just to gently do a bit of filling. What I find is sometimes when you're doing, when you want to smooth an area out, it's more efficient and more effective to do, I say efficient, effective, I'm talking nonsense now. It's not more efficient, more effective. It gives you a nicer result than trying to smooth it if you use the clay tool. So like here, if I want to smooth out the gap between the bum cheeks, I can do that and I'll just smooth it out. But I can sculpt it in, and you get a kind of, you don't kind of lose the shape and the detail. Like doing the smoothing can kind of really like mash up your model in bad ways. So if you've got to be a bit careful about your smoothing, then it is worth just dialing it down just a touch, and considering alternatives. I say the clay brush with the intensity turned down. I'm running about 25 intensity on it right now. But the clay brush with the intensity turned down and I say it does give you a kind of a bit of a lumpy finish if you're not careful with it. but there are times when you just want that little bit of texture as well, and having something too smooth just looks wrong or feels wrong. Now I'm just going to inflate the whole thing just a few notches, just so I've got a bit more to there. That's perfect. Okay, now the skirt in the middle, I'm going to pull that down. On the sides I'm just going to raise it to about mid-thigh there, that's fine, and at the back I'm going to pull it down as well. Okay. Then we're going to do, right, we've got some layers going on here, so I'm going to mask off the layers and extract them. And that way I can work with them separately for posing. So the first one will be down here. Oh, do you know what? Let me just Dynamesh first, just to make the mesh uniform. Actually, you know what? The first one could just be down here, actually. Dial it down. It's usually around about 0.2294, is it? Around about there. It's probably a bit thinner than I really want, so let's just inflate that. Okay, I can work with that one. Let's just polish. Polish and Dynamesh. Oops, let's get that dynamic tessellation off, because I don't need to add geometry to this. I'm just going to work with what we got. Cheers, Chris. He's shaping up for certain. Let's just crisp up the bottom leg, bottom edge. Feels weird having peace and quiet today. Like I've been surrounded by kids for the last week. Work on shaping this bottom piece at the moment. Let's get some an edge in here on the bottom. along the bottom edge. So he's got a belt around the middle, which is I want to say it's like a cloth wrap. Looking at this, I'm gonna have these like big fang type things, like interwoven into it. So normally I would just make a sphere, but for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to physically do this. I'm going to extract it with a bit of thickness. Go 458, accept, and I'm just going to delete the internal geometry, delete hidden closed holes, and that will solidify that piece. I can just polish and dynamesh it. Let's put a bit of resolution in there first. Polish and dynamesh, auto group, it's just one homogeneous chunk now. So I'm just going to bring that further out now. I think the guy in the image is quite skinny. He's got a very skinny look about him. So I'm going to bring the body in. I'm going to shrink his shoulders down if he feels too broad to me. I'm going to taper his waist. And then I'll do the same with the actual body. So I'm just going to bring the shoulders in, bring his waist in, bring his back in. So So back to here now, and I'm just going to take the come from here. I'm going to come and use the masking pen a bit, just going to reshape the bottom bit here. I can do an extract on that then. I think 458 is about the right way to go. What I'm going to do on this one, I'm going to delete the internal, close holes. And then I should be able to grab these bits here. So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm using the Alt key and the Move tool, and it just basically just pulls it out. That's weird. Don't know why it's still got the shape of the. Shouldn't be there, but let's just scrub that out gently. Okay, so it's going to reshape and reprofile this a touch. Sharpen that bottom line and the inside lines here. Not worried about the top at all. And then, yeah, we'll just bring that out again, just touch that. Taunting me now, this is. little bit of resolution into that. Not too much, obviously. It's only a tiny detail. Right. The mantle bit at the top. What I'm going to do here, I'm just going to actually slice that. So rather than dragging a new bit out, I'm just going to use a bit that was already there. Around the top of the neck, let's just carve in here. Yeah, no worries, Chris. I'll just crack on, mate. We'll catch up when you let me know when you're back, and chirp in again. If I've got any questions for you, I'll save until then. Carve out under the arms, so there's a gap under here. Cheers, Boncat. Thank you for the Discord bits. Would you call it like a shout out or a prompt? Yeah, if you're on the if you're on Discord, if you want to join our Discord server, you can go on there and you can like share all your stuff and join in the chat. Have a little bit of a, as we did with Chalfroon earlier, we can have a little bit of a printed discussion. Yeah, no worries, Bunker. Thanks for joining in, mate. Tell a good look from me as well. Is it chair day? Is it today? I'll say if it is. Tell her good luck from me. Tell her have fun, but no running down old ladies in the street. Okay, so take it easy. Oh, what, Rose? How you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well today. Wicked. Cheers, man. Tell her to have fun with it. Hope she gets on well. How are you doing today, Rosie? Anyway, you up to anything nice? Take it easy, bunker. What are you doing up since 4 o'clock? That's just crazy talk, man. I felt hard done by this morning because my nipper woke up at 5 o'clock needing a loo. Got any nice projects going on at the moment, Rosie? Fair play, mate, fair play. Another walk. Fair play. I don't have a dog yet, so I'm spared all of these walkie times and stuff. We just have to deal with the kids instead. So we've got Willow off school at the moment. She's currently in the house playing LOL dolls with Haley, so keeping her busy. If we eventually do get a dog, I need to get a hypoallergenic one because Jacob's allergic to them. But if we eventually do get one, I really want to get those, you know, those dog buttons, you see them, where the dogs can talk to you. A mama kill, oh, that's a big job. Very nice, very nice. What was the last one you got? What's the last menu you got? You ping us a message offline, mate. I'll get you a few more in the post as well. I'm just doing this like as a wrap sash here, and then we're gonna stick some say talon fang things into the wrap. So I'm going to polish that, and I'm going to bump the resolution down a bit so it gives me a bit more. That's it. I'm coming with my orb cracks now. Lower intensity, higher draw size. Booking them all. Oh, that's the male cleric. He hasn't even got a name, mate. He was one of my original minis. Did you get him in the lucky dip at Chilcon, did you? Shoulders killing him. Sleeping funny, I think, but. Yeah, I thought that was the one. You get him out the Chilcon Lucky Dip box. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, mate. I'm always getting told off for forgetting stuff. I never forget like really important stuff. But like when I'm doing bedtime for the kids and the wife says, "Can you bring the clothes down for the school in the morning?" That's the kind of thing I forget and get told off for. Skeletons I've got in abundance, mate. Werewolves and vampires, not so much. And I've got a nice little old lady hag. Would be good as a witch. In fact, if you the next, do you know what? Let me sort you all out a little code for watching. Right, so you'll see my little code, my little thing come up on the screen in a bit, with all the links for the website. And if you go into there, which one do we do? Here we go. So right, so if we go to HTTPS, go to thelionstower.com and then put this code in when you check out. Gives you 25% off the whole order. And in the UK, if you hit £50, I think it is, you get free shipping. And worldwide £75. And there's also £40. If you spend £40 on resin minis, you get a Slobber Chops mini for free. So you don't even need to wait till the next show if you're desperate for stuff, mate. There we go. Let's put store on. You get this guy free, little winged cat model. He's your freebie for if you're spending over 40 quid. And then if you go to the this one here, the resin models, there's all the resin stuff is in here. And you see we've got the skeletons, we've got the classic skeleton heroes from oh god, what do you call it? Hero Quest. But yeah, pretty much everything's in my store. If it's not in there, just send me a message, mate, and I'll have a little look anyway for you. But yeah, you can grab yourself some bargains. That code's a one user, so it's right. Oh, fair play. Yep. Yeah, I'll be doing a little Kickstarter soon, which is for. Basically, I'm going to take all the undead stuff I've already done, the vampires, the witches, the zombies, and everything else. I said witches and zombies. The skeletons, the zombies, the wraiths, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to take all of that stuff, and I've got like a cemetery set that I've sculpted, and I've got like a play map for it as well, which is like an 8K resolution, printable thing. So we're going to bundle all of that together with a load more stuff. To kind of like bulk up the undead armies. So we're going to do like elven skeletons, we're going to do dwarven skeletons, probably some orc skeletons in there as well. So you can have a mishmash of different things. And same for the zombies as well, we'll throw the different races into the zombies, expand them, so we'll have some military looking zombies, we'll have some civilian looking zombies, and put them into like a bit of a bigger group. So yeah, hopefully it should have a nice kind of like broad appeal for anybody who's kind of a war gamer as well. So brilliant. Yeah, cracking. I'm not sure if I'm going to have it up and running before the pin-up one. So I've got the witch I'm working on. Oh, there you go. The thing's just come up now. The witch. Sorry, not witch. Warlock pin-up. So she's a tiefling warlock. Loads of little bits of detail on it. It's a bit of a job actually doing the sculpt, because it's quite a lot involved in it. just do something else. I've got a feeling I've got a weird rogue polygon somewhere. It's bugging me. It's not on there. Is it on here? No. Is it on here? That there on the chest. Oh, do you know what it is? It's a tiny little hole. There we go. Sorry. Okay, so we've got the robe sorted. We've got the mantle nearly done. I'm just going to isolate this again now. Turn the symmetry off for this bit. Hey Chris, how you doing, mate? I'm alright actually, I'm pretty good with what I'm doing so far. What'd you have for your lunch? Anything nice? I did a bit of green stuff sculpting on my last stream actually. I was talking about doing like chainmail and stuff, but I'm going to be starting up possibly next month, possibly after. I want to start doing like a little sculpting academy type thing. So basically what I've done, I've got oops, that's not right. Save that because that's going to be a glitch. Yeah, so I'm starting up a little sculpting academy to go through Zbrush. So again, with the focus being specifically on miniatures rather than just general 3D modelling, looking at different principles that you need to include when you design, little tools you can use to help maintain scale and things like that. And then obviously going into things like the technique and whatnot. So, you know, hopefully it's appealing to people. I've included a tier on my Patreon already as well, which is for like a one-to-one thing. So if anybody wants any kind of like specific one-to-one time with me to go through sculpting and whatever else, it's a couple of hours a month. With like you get one-to-one access to me. So basically just ask me whatever you want. So you can either go through technique with you, help yourself with your Zbrush, do any of that kind of stuff, review any models you sculpted if you want any critical feedback, so we can kind of go through those models and say, you know, I would change this, this and this, and we'll work through some of the bits together. So there's a lot of potential there, but it's quite open in terms of what you want to use it for. But the next thing will be the let's say the Sculpting Academy, where basically you grab yourself a copy of Zbrush, you need that up front, and then essentially have kind of a prospectus then, which goes through all of the different kind of elements, and it will have kind of like learning objectives for each thing. So by the time we get to the end of this thing, we'll have an objective that you should be able to achieve. So some of them are going to be quite simple, like, you know, just understanding how to configure the layout, customize layout of Zbrush and things like that. So there'll be simple bits like that, and then we'll go into more complicated things. Whether I end up doing little bits on anatomy and stuff like that will probably depend on. Oh no, gutted. Well, the likelihood is the way I was going to run this was probably have so you'd enroll on the course. The course material will be emailed out to you as links. So rather than the courses being live necessarily, they'll be pre-recorded, rolled out, rolled out to you as a like an email type thing, and then as you complete the modules, you work your way through, and you'll be able to kind of contact me for advice and whatnot throughout. But you will also have like assignments to do. So when you complete your assignments, you submit your assignments, and then I'll go through, we'll assess it, mark it, and whatnot, and then progress you on to the next module, the next part of the course. So I'm hoping it works out right. my wife was a teacher before she started working with me, so she's done like a lot of the e-learning remote stuff already, so she's going to be giving me a hand to coordinate it and kind of make sure it works as a proper curriculum. So hopefully it'll work for people who need a bit of flexibility. Oh, you arsehole. I knew that was coming. Good job I saved it, isn't it? Readjust this up the bit of the shoulder. So what do you do for work then, Rosie? What's your day job? Ah, right. That explains the weekend working then. Okay, so right, so I think we're just onto the weird strap things under his here. Cheers, Chris. So I'm not sure the best way to do this. Against my better judgment, I'm going to go curve strap, I think. Right, so I want the body out of the way for this one. And the hands, they need to go temporarily. So how is it then that you ended up with 4 art degrees and chef training and you end up being a mechanic? Is there nothing that's is it just hard for you to find work with the other ones? Is it all? Yeah, I can imagine that'd be tricky. Give you some issues, wouldn't it? So these curve straps now, I'm going to go down, back up, and that was what I was afraid of. Turds. Okay, let's try again. So what did you want to get into in art then? So I never really knew what I wanted to do at all, ever. I knew I loved painting models and sculpting it, but I never thought I'd be able to make a job out of that. So I kind of resigned myself to the fact that was not going to be a thing. And then for me, I was doing college, and I signed up for, I wanted to do special effects in films at one point, and I signed up for like film studies and a couple of other things at school, at college, when I first started, because the way they were pitched to us, it was doing that kind of thing. And then after my first year of college, it turned out that the things I'd signed up for were nothing like what I'd been sold. And I wanted to change my courses, and the college wouldn't let me, and I was like, well, I don't want to carry on doing this because it's just mind-numbing. So I finished college after the first year, and that was it then. I never did any more academic stuff. I did health and safety NEBOSH courses and stuff like that, so I've got the my NEBOSH diploma kind of thing. So I've got various kind of bits and bobs from, like, you know, on the job qualifications and stuff, but nothing that what I wanted to do. It was just, I was just doing it at the time. So yeah, I've seen that as well, having to move to London to use anything you've got, and again, the stuff I wanted to do is all of that involved having to relocate and move. It's funny you say about the archaeologist as well, though, because that was one of my things when I was a little kid. I wanted to dig up bones and buildings and stuff. So I actually wanted to be an archaeologist as well. It's a shame that the schools don't have any idea about it. I think again it's one of those kind of things. You see the what do you call it? It's the I can't even know what you call it now. Careers advisors at school. They don't know what they're doing, do they? That half the time, the advice they're giving them is it's so kind of like it's almost like job centre type stuff. You know, you go to job centre unqualified. What do what can you kind of get? And they're just kind of trying to give you the basic tools to kind of get on with our job. And it's almost like they don't really care what you're doing. Well, that was at least how ours felt anyway. Right, so I need to go to stroke menu. I need to turn on lock start, lock end, because everything's moving at the moment. Bend end as well, so I can change the position of the end if I need to. Now I can set that where I want it to go. We had a history teacher at our school who basically taught the wrong curriculum for the entire year, realised about a month before the exams were due, had a massive meltdown and then fled the country or something, just disappeared and no one saw him again. So thankfully not my history teacher. There's a lot of them around. I went to I saw something on the telly the other day and they were complaining about like the things like history and science and I can't remember what the other subject it was they were using as an example now, but basically a lot of these subjects in secondary schools have been taught by teachers who aren't qualified to teach. Well, to teach those subjects at least. The teachers are qualified, but they don't have that kind of speciality or specialism, and they're really struggling with the thing. But again, you know, my wife was a teacher for like 12, 15 years. 15 I think, and the pay's rubbish, the conditions are crap, you know, everything about it is just, it's just bad, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? There is no reason to get into teaching, there's no incentive. And I personally, like, I would not advise anybody to get into teaching. There's like literally just no like when Hayley first started, she loved it and she was really kind of enjoying it, and then I think she ended up getting Ofsteded about 3 times in 2 years because of weird, unusual circumstances around the school. This is really annoying me, this is now. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I always loved history, but I ended up, like, we ended up doing all the World War II stuff, and I was less interested in that. I wanted to do all like the ancient histories, like the Greeks and the Romans again, and like, you know, more of that kind of stuff, and you know, medieval Europe and the stuff that I find interesting. And none of that was included in the syllabus. It was all, you know, World War II Germany, World War II Russia. What did Stalin do? What did Hitler do? And I know it's important to learn about it, but you know, in like 4 years they can't give you just a little bit of something different. Right, we've got to lock this in now. What have I attached that to? Right, I've attached it to there. I'm going to isolate the straps, so we'll split that way. I'm going to take the straps here, we're going to just do I'm going to try and just do a division on them. No, that didn't work. Okay, so I need to use the Z modeler first, because what Z modeler is going to do, it's going to give me a bit of extra geometry to work with. But I need to get rid of this curve thing first, because So Z modeler. I'm going to turn on the lines mode, and what I need to do is I need to insert an edge loop. Oh, it's already there. So we click on it, bring it up, and it's going to add it to, it's going to go all the way around, it's going to be on both sides of the mesh, it's going to be on the, oh it's not. Is it on the opposite edge on the inside or what? Basically what I need to do top and bottom. Top and bottom. We want the extra geometry on the front edge and the back edge. Okay, for some reason it's giving me a headache about not having symmetrical operations, and I think it's because there's a weird end cap. Yeah, there's a weird end cap on the end of this mesh, and that is really not going to work. It's a terrible design. Right, so now, having added the edge loops in, I should be able to divide. Oh dear. So let's just do one. I can divide the mesh. Let's turn my polygroups off. There we go. And I've got something that's a bit smoother and a bit more good to go. So I'm going to auto group those. I'm not going to do anything with them right yet because I compose them after the model's posed. But let's get the mesh back. Okay. So Chris, the last thing we need to do now on him before we pose is to do his cape. Let's just do a quick save. Okay, so cape first, we'll do a cube. Actually, no, I know what I'm going to do. Right, delete that. I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to isolate just the bit I want at the top, delete the rest. Make this a bit bigger, and I'm going to carve this up, and then I'm going to add a sphere onto it. It's like is it Mysterio? Is it for? Yeah, Chris, fire away, mate. Fire the Facebook groups in. Facebook groups up on the chat. Put them on the thing. You might want to also whiz over onto Facebook and post them on there as well, though. Because we do have people watching on Facebook and on Twitch. So the links you post here, the chat's not visible to Facebook chat. So if you post it in both places, then we're good. Oh, almost at 1,000 members, nice. Do you know? I don't know if it's actually if it's the same on yours, but it looks like it says Hero Soft as the thing, and then it's got Hargos on the next line. It's broken the link halfway through. Yeah, get that in the chat. Let's talk about it. We got a website as well, haven't we, Chris, for you to use? I don't think you've got nothing for sale on the website yet, have you? It's just an information page, if I remember right. The store's coming soon. Or do you have a web store at the moment? Are you actively selling stuff or? Not yet. Yeah, I know it's mostly Chris is spending a lot of time at the moment getting ready for shows. So he's every time I speak to him, he's like touring all these different stores and shops and conventions and whatnot to kind of get the brand out there and get the game seen. But from what we've seen so far, it's been well received, hasn't it, Chris? Everyone's kind of like enjoying what they're playing. They're liking the games. I don't believe there's been much, if any, negative feedback. So I'm just trying to put transparency on there. So I'm just making sure this is conforming to the head. See, and that's what we want, isn't it? People enjoying the games and not a bad thing to say. Chris, you post away anytime, mate. While we're on here doing these streams for you, you're always more than welcome. So people are going to see these, they're going to want to know where they can get them, they're going to want to, you know, find out more about the world they belong to. Because the end we say, like, you know, if you're used to playing things like D&D and Pathfinder, then, you know, you're going to understand tropes like rangers and things like that, but when it comes to Darkun, it's an alien concept, isn't it? So there's no like current frame of reference for them, and people need to find out about them, because if they don't find out about them, they're not going to be able to kind of like appreciate, you know, what they actually are. And I would say, as we said on the last stream as well, there's an awful lot of discontent at the moment in the RPG industry, isn't there, because of all this Wizards of the Coast fallout and whatever. So it's a good time to be standing there with an alternative option for people. Every time I read about it, it seems to be getting worse. So what's the latest on it now? They've issued their like the revised contract, haven't they, or the revised OGL? But I'm gonna be honest, the thing Pathfinder are doing has an awful lot more appeal. and you know they've gone and they've set up a trust, haven't they, to run it so that it's independent of any anybody with any kind of commercial interest. So that it will always remain untouched. And you can't help but feel that like Wizards are just kind of, you know, whatever they do now, they've got to be prepared to kind of like undo it in the future. But we already know their plans are to like try and monetize everything now. They're turning into like Games Workshop, aren't they? Like seeing, you know, all of these fans of the game as like a cash cow that can, you know, keep them going forever, with money falling out the pockets, and you know, it's just not true, is it? It's not. It's not the reality of it. We don't play these games because we're flush and rich and we've got money to burn. You know, a lot of people make a lot of sacrifices for the hobby and that, but. Oh, I'm really, really cold now. And yet it says it's like over 20 degrees. So Chris, you're planning on doing a license of your own, aren't you, for Cursed Empire? Would that be part of the 3rd edition release, would it, or is that something is that like a different concern, like a different thing altogether? So how's your license working then? Is it like a free to use, fair use thing, or what's your plan? Balls. This Dynamesh, let's get some resolution onto the mantle part. Some resolution, not resolution, some sharp edges, what I mean, okay, right. So that is as much as I want to do on this guy right now. So the next thing we'll do is get this guy posed. You happy with that so far then, Chris? Just obviously the... what do we call it now? The folds and the wrinkles and the cloth and things like that, and the nicking and detailing, that's all going to happen in the after the posing phase. Awesome sauce. Right, so we're going to do a merge visible on this guy with the ruler in the scene. Always got to have the ruler. So we're going to merge visible now. Where'd we go? There he is. Okay, so merge visible. What is going on there? For some reason the blades have ended up weirdly coloured. Okay, right, let's get his pose in then. So we're going to go. Let's isolate, auto group the legs. Group that together for ease. Okay, so what do we say then, Chris? Wide stance. Feet on the ground, leaning forwards. Crouching, was it a little bit, or his knees bent, wasn't it, if I remember right? Picture incoming from Chris, let's see what we got. Okay, we can do that. What bloody hell happened to his knee? No, mate, but I can chuck them in for you. If you order the big bundle, I'll throw the bowman in on top for you. The big bundle's a weird one because it's a melee bundle that we did as an actual release in one of the months. So I literally released all of those skeletons in one big group, and everything in that group was what was in there, and the archers came later, so like they never got added to the original bundle, but they need to be. I'm going to do like an undead army deal at some point with the wraiths, the skeletons, some zombies, you know, all of that stuff in there. But at the moment, anything that's not in there, mate, just ping us a message. Right. Oops. Certainly didn't mean for that to happen. Right. Let's get some creases on the hood. Try and get a bit of sense of movement and twisting going on here. Back of the hood here is just a little bit too extreme, so it's going to taper it down, bring it into a bit smaller. how I managed this, but somehow I seem to have like put holes in both of his hands. Must have been a bit shoddy with the masking at some point. Right, what are you after? Harpies, goblins, and lycanthropes. A few demon half minotaur things. Right, so I don't have any of those kind of things at the moment. I have got some goblins in the works, which I might try and put out for next month. Minotaurs are definitely on the cards. The ones, the next sculpts I'm going to be doing this month for the Patreon releases, and the regular monthly releases for my own stuff. They're called Bulazus. They're basically like kind of goat demons, or goat devils. So basically like Chaos Beastmen kind of thing. So they got those kind of things. And lycanthrope wise, do you know Adam at Pagan Miniatures? You might want to hit him up for some lycans if he's got any kicking around. Harpies. Could make a few harpies quite quickly and easily, actually. Maybe I do. Good selection, mate, good selection. Ping me a message, did you see the Wraiths as well? Did you have a look at the Wraiths? I quite like the Wraiths. Well, I would say that, wouldn't I? I'm biased. Just a little bit. Yeah, Bunker mentioned Vacuum Attack actually. I spoke to somebody about it at ChillCon the last time I was there. Well, it might have been the time before actually. And they recommended a few different ones. And that was one of the ones I suggested doing. And I'll be honest, the only ones I've scheduled in for this year, I'm doing UK Games Expo with Chris, because he's coming over from France. It's round the corner from my house, and yeah, so Chris is coming over to do UK Games Expo. So I'm going to go and like stall share with him, give him some assistance over the weekend because it's a hard slog. Then we've got ChillCon, which I think I don't know if there's one or two happening this year, and then I need to spec up and see what we're going to do for next year's one, or next year's calendar. So potentially we might be going to Essen. So we should have Crystal Collapse coming fairly soon. When that one comes out, we're going to have to do the rounds on the market with that. So we'll have Essen, which is in Germany. Then we'll have the Vacuum Attack one is one that I'd like to do. So it's not like an enormous one. But there's also yeah, I'm up for that, Chris. I'm up for that. There's also the what's it called? Tabletop Miniatures Live in Manchester, I think. Somebody's recommended that one to me as one I should consider. So, yeah, and I might take a lead off Chris as well and see what shows he's planning on doing. But I need to be mindful that obviously anytime I do a show, I've got to have stock to sell, which means we've got to kind of like prep and get stock levels up. But also we've got the I think Salute's still on. I think it still does. Yeah, I need to get stock levels up, but I've still got to kind of maintain like regular sculpting releases. So it can be showtime's going to be busy time, and obviously if I plan too many in the year, it's going to end up crippling me, I think. Where are you then, Rosie? York way, are you saying? Yeah, I mean it's good for bringing in the cash, isn't it? For like doing the things, but obviously you end up having to lay out a load on stalls and make sure you got all the stuff. But I mean, once you've got all like the stands and the packaging sorted and your displays and everything else, once all that's like in the bag, there's no reason not to attend a few more, is there? So I see. So yeah, you want something like you want the conventions right up north, don't you? Sheffield's probably not too bad for you, is it? There's a it's not quite a convention, but there's a Mordheim like tournament running in Hull soon, and I know that's probably not a million miles away. Well, not compared to some of the others, at least. Alright. Michael on Facebook, how you doing, mate? Thanks for joining the stream, thanks for the like. Right, guys, I am going to put you on a BRB for a minute. Let you go and do a little bit of shopping in my store and use that discount code I popped up. I was going to go and grab a little bite to eat because I'm Marvin at the moment. There you go. Sweet. Right, guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. Guys, going to go and have a quick 5 minutes grabbing a bite, and I'll be back in. Okay. I'll see you guys in a minute. Right guys, just back in now. So just finishing this guy off. Need to put a cape on him and then get sculpting some folds in the material, and he's pretty much ready to go then. Oh, and he nicks and cuts some holes and stuff. So I'm going to split out my ruler. Now in the original one, I did have his name, I think, in the mesh somewhere, so let's just get that copied. Thank you, Rosie. So, cape. I'm going to go for a cube. I'll append a cube in. So, a quick save first. Lovely cup of tea. So, scale this so it's flatter, make it bigger. There you go. I think I'm alright for questions, Chris. You got any comments or anything you want me to adjust or address? Stuff. Yeah, so I'm happy with it all so far anyway, so if I do get anything, I'll let you know. I'm just using this using this cube at the moment. I'll say flattened out, pulled to shape. Kind of roughly do. It's not going to precisely do this now, but I can use it in a fashion. Go on, Chris, pitch away. Elston, how you doing, sir? Keeping well today, matey. No worries, mate. The code's good anyway, so as long as you just keep the code on hand somewhere, or just message if you lose it, just message me for it, and I'll send it to you offline anyway. But yeah, there's no big dramas there, Rosie. Metal disc at the back of the handle. You mean like at the pommel at the bottom? Payday, is it? Hey, I put a code in the chat earlier, but you don't need that because you've got yours anyway, haven't you? Don't forget your discount, sir. I've got the new Infernal Paladin. Will be going in store in the next day or two as well. The Narzugon I've been doing on stream. So as soon as I've finished decimating him up and get him on test print, he's good to go, I think. Alright, Chris, I'll do a little disc type guard then. Let's get some decimation going on here. Not decimation, what's it called? The opposite of decimation, some subdivision. Right, so I'm going to lock that in, let's dynamesh that. Okay, now the back of the model where it's not going to be seen, I need to make sure that that is, oops, that's not good. Back of the model where it's not going to be seen, I need to make sure it's filled, so it's not going to be an issue for printing with the resin. Let's just get round there, just fill that in, fill that in. A little bit round there. How's Project FAP going, Elston? Are you succeeding at the moment? Project finish all projects? Or Operation finish all projects rather? Didn't waste no time there. I've my kitchen. Did you do your effort yet, mate? I haven't seen anything on that one, so I wasn't sure if you'd finished it or not, or if it's pending. Yeah, get your commission stuff out of the way. Things are going to make you a bit of money, mate. So is Operation Finish all projects on track, is it? Or you're not slacking already, are you? Just an FYI, this is exactly why I am not a fan of using the strap brushes, because if I cheers, mate. Well, you know, I've got to keep you guys interested, haven't I? Thank you, Rosie. You're too kind. Thank you for saying so. I'm saying else, and I'm thinking about maybe doing a few goblins for next month. So we've got Rosie has a requirement for them, and they're on my to-do list. I've been sculpting those like devils and things lately, and I feel like I need a little bit of something else. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, mate. Thanks for popping that in. Let's do the back face mask on that. Undead goblins, yes. Well, do you know what? I was saying the thing I'm doing for the Kickstarter project with all the undead stuff, I wanted to include more racial variety. So if I'm making goblins, I'll definitely do them. Do some undead variants. Like don't know if you played the Zelda Breath of the Wild. They have the Stowls, the Stowl goblin, bokoblins and moblins and all that kind of stuff. Basically like skeletal goblins that pop out of the ground and attack you. Definitely do a little bit of that. What I like in that game as well is like, I don't like the weapon breaking mechanic. It's like every weapon you have lasts like X number of strikes and then it shatters. So you in the middle of like a boss fight or fighting a big mob or something, and then next thing you know your weapon's exploded and you're unarmed. You've got to kind of switch your weapons out if you remember. Like, and it always happens at the worst moment. But when you're fighting these undead goblins and stuff, you can smash the goblin, kill them, and their arm falls off, and then you can pick their arm up and use it as a weapon. Running around with a goblin arm or whatever. I may need to feature that on a model at some point. Improvised weapon. Let's take that and that. Reorientate them. Right, so cape. Large draw size, small Z intensity, dynamic topography off. This one's a little bit of that was a little bit too low, that one, so I normally use it about 12 or 14. I accidentally put it on 9 and didn't even realise. So here's another one of these areas where like a little bit of practice gives you a good feeling for how to do it. Because drapery can be quite difficult if you don't know what it looks like and what to do. Drapery is even harder because we're doing it in a stylised fashion. We're not doing a kind of a traditional, like realistic looking cloth. So it's not like you can even just look at, you know, source material and get the answers. to do here is make sure this hilt of this dagger is encompassed by this cape. Not encompassed by. I don't want it to be like wrapped in it, but I want it to be touching it, so it's not a free hanging piece of anything. These little holes will come into the mesh there because the polishing I just did, the polishing I just did actually went straight through the mesh. Just going to add a bit of thickness to it first before we do that again. So this is one of the other things with Zbrush is when you're sculpting on it, you'll affect the other side of a model if it's too thin and if your brush is too strong. So as you're sculpting through, what you'll end up doing is pulling, if you add bulk to one side of the model, you'll end up pulling the other side of the model in, and it's never really a good look. So you just need to kind of like manage that. You can use backface mask for it, which stops the automatically masks the reverse side, but then sometimes it gives you weird artifacts on the surface as well, so it's not always perfect and infallible. Like that, exactly. There is the perfect example of exactly what I was just talking about. So I added a load of mass in there into this to bulk it up, and it's actually just made it wafer thin because it's pulled all the shape from the other side. So the best way of me doing this is going to be using the inflate tool, which it's going to give me some horrible artifacts here, but I can dynamesh that. I can come over it with some polish. And it's not going to affect the other side now because it's inflated, so it's nice and thick and hefty. So okay, just reshape and reprofile that bit. Right, so the only things I need to concern myself with on a cake now, I think, are just making sure the edges are straight, make sure the bottom edge is tapered, thin. I'll use the trim tool for this, I think. So I've got the shape I want on the outside edge. I'll just reuse the inside edge to kind of bring it to a point. Can leave it in, leave it square like this, and if I do often do that. I don't think there's actually a real need to do it like that. It can look a bit clunky, but I do it because it's back to the old traditional metal minis. You needed that little bit of extra heft on the end of a cape for mould lines and things to go on. But also because of the yeah, also because of the casting process, it needed to be a minimum thickness, and the metal can't always get into like the really thin extremities if it goes to like a wafer point. So you have to keep a little bit of thickness in the model, if you like it or not. Smoothing out the edge. So add a little bit of inflation just in here. Re-dynamesh it and I can just polish that flat in. I don't know if you can see what's happening there, but every time I was doing it, it was affecting the other side. So if that's to alter it, just tweak it. See, and here's another bit that's be easy to omit and leave out, but if you miss it, you're going to end up with an inferior quality on your finish. And it's just polishing up the creases in the cloth. So it's not always enough to just sculpt them. You kind of have to finish them as well. Because again, when you put the paint on, it's going to run into all the little nooks and crannies. If you're using contrast paints particularly, it's going to like fill in all those little crevices. And you need to make sure that it's doing what you intend it to do. There you go, Chris, your disc's on the bottom of the pommel for you. Well, I can make the whole handle shorter if you want, Chris. Would you like a shorter handle? So like that's okay for you then, yeah? Okay, there you go. We'll just divide that twice, just so it's... Well, I'm thinking if you want, what I can do is I can... We just auto group, as you can see. So if I take the handle as it is, is that alright, Chris? rather than having the wrap at the wrap continue behind the metal disc, we can just shorten the handle out and yeah, okay, I'll do the same again here. So I'm just going to again just grab that here, flip that upside down. I want it to follow roughly the line it needs to go on. There we go and stop. There we go. Oops. What I'm doing at the moment, I'm just taking the undersides of the mesh. So basically, it was overhanging to a point where it was going to be impossible to get underneath with the paintbrush. So I thought if I just change the angle a little bit, I can improve the painting. Right, we're going to turn laser mouse off now. We're oh, actually, we're not quite at that point yet. Right, we're going to keep that down again. Laser mouse can stay on, just for now. I'm just going to just do. It's not a solid man, so it still needs to move, so phone was buzzing because Chaz is watching on Facebook on with David and Dominic. So thank you all for the likes. Hope you're all well today. Right, so I'll null that up in a minute. Here, this is the last bit I need to do. That really does need addressing, so I can't leave that as it is like that. So I'm going to use the inflate brush with back face mask. It should not. It shouldn't have done that. It shouldn't have interfered at all on the outside, but it has. So I have to kind of roll with it, just smooth it back out again. It's annoying, but it needed doing. So. Save on it. All this spiky stuff just needs to be blended out, so just going to use a bit of dynamic tessellation and smoothing together. This is ripping holes in the mesh, so I'm going to have to just do a fill holes operation. Okay, just redo my Dynamesh polish. defining some of the edges a little bit better here, just to make sure it's very clear that it's a separate object. That's mangled up, that is. Like I did on the previous bit, I'm going to just re-profile this top edge. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to do a little weathering pass, a little damage pass, after I've sorted this little bit of red out. Tatters. Orb crack. Intensity 45. Draw size small 40. Intensity 100. Intensity 46. Sorry, and lazy mouse turned off. Okay, so next bit is here, sorry. draw size up a little bit. And there's some larger tatters on the bottom of this. Right. Drawing a mesh. And then what's that? Yeah, no worries, Chris. Right, so this bit I'm doing here now, I'm using the I want to put some holes and cuts and tears in the bottom of the cape, but I want it to be some bigger chunks that are coming out. So the easiest thing to do here, rather than trying to just carve away at it, is to actually just use a boolean on the mesh. He's got a big slash down his one side of the cape. Not do for that. And down the other side, we're going to have a few small holes. Okay, well, let's get this boolean then. So it's going to unmask, divide twice, and I was going to dynamesh it around about 500 resolution with polishing. Set up my boolean operation. So this is the mesh, the active mesh. This is the one that the items are going to be subtracted from, and this one below with subtraction mode on is the one that's going to be taken away. So merge down, okay, and we'll see. You know it's worked because you've got the objects that you're deleting are white, and the object you keeping is coloured when you've got polygroups activated. So I'm just going to redo my dynamesh on that, and it's going to complete the operation. There we go. It's got a tattered cloak with some holes in it. Now the holes obviously are not amazing at the moment, and that one didn't go all the way through, so I just need to adjust that. Done up. Right, so let's just do a quick save. Well, I've got loads of depth on these holes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shave them right down. I don't want them to look like we've cut ovals out of them, so I was going to take a few extra little notches out in places, just to deregulate the shape a touch. Or irregulate maybe. Guys, give me a second. Well guys, I have taken my eye off the ball on the time here. This guy is pretty much finished, but Hayley's got to pop out in a second, and because Willow's off school still, she's coming down here to me, just for me to keep an eye on her while I do my work. I don't really want to have Willow in the room while I'm on stream, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to end the stream, and I'll do his supports on the Discord channel, I think, because once I finish this last little bit of damage here, he's pretty much ready to rock. Oh, cheers Alston, thanks for tuning in, mate. So yeah, so once this is done, I'll get the models exported, I'll load them up into Lychee, and then if you're interested and want to see the supports happening, I'll run it on my Discord server on the voice chat, because then obviously it doesn't matter if she's sat in the background, then it's you might just hear her moaning at me for wanting a bit of attention, or nick my phone or something like that. So right there we go. It's just a couple more little nicks and dinks. Okay, and I'm going to call this guy done. Thank you, Rosie. Every time you say do an emote, I always just think you're sitting there kind of just pulling a funny face or something like that. It's just... It's like how the kids say smile, you know what I mean? Let's just merge them down. Merge down, right, and there we go, the shard Darkun. Ah, very nice, mate, very nice. How do you do the emotes? And is it just like you just Photoshop them and drop them in, or is it an animated GIF type thing, or do you have a special emote maker? So I'm going to sort that a little bit out there before doing first. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, it's tricky at first, isn't it, when you first start using the graphics tab. It does make everything a little bit more intuitive, I always feel. Yeah. Yeah, I've used GIMP before, mate. I love a bit of GIMP. Certain things don't look quite the same. If you follow a Photoshop tutorial, I've noticed in some of the layer blend modes and stuff that they use, they look a slightly bit different in GIMP. They don't work quite the same, but you can still, everything you can do in Photoshop pretty much, I believe you can do in GIMP. So, and it's free, which we all love. Okay. Right then, so here we go. There is one finished Darkun. A couple of little scars on his leg, I think. There's arm. I will blend this guy back together in a minute. I'll merge them together and do a final like sculpting pass, and we are done. So I'm going to say thank you to everybody, and then I'm going to have to quickly log off. I'm not going to be able to raid out today because I need to rush down to get the little one. So thank you all for tuning in. Again, if you want to come and join me on the Discord server, I will be doing a bit more on these with the supports and stuff to get them ready for printing. So yeah, we'll have this guy and the other one I showed you at the beginning of the stream ready to rock. Okay peeps, right, thank you all very much. Chris, I'm pretty sure you're on a call at the moment, so if you missed this I apologise. I'll catch up with you in a bit, but hopefully I shall see you all Monday for definite this Monday I screwed up and I didn't realise we had the kids off school, so I missed my Monday stream, and then Tuesday was off because of Willow not being well. But this next week, everything, as far as I'm aware, right now, is all good. So, oh, very nice, mate. Oh, right, she's coming. I can hear her shouting me.